confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Eduardo Trueco del Rosario as Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. May we invite Secretary del Rosario, you're around to take your seat in front. Gentlemen, please take note that the appointee is under his previous oath. May we recognize the majority floor leader to report on the parliamentary status. Congressman Almario, are you around?
Yes, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning,
Morning.
team colleagues. No? The parliamentary status is that meeting number 1 of the Committee on Human Settlements and Urban Development was called to order on September 30, 2020 to resume the deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Eduardo Drueco del Rosario as Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. The Commission Secretary, Attorney Hector Villacorta, rendered his report to the committee as to the documents submitted by Secretary del Rosario in compliance with the requests of some of the members. Moreover, Marawi City Mayor Majul Gandamra was also given the opportunity to confirm and affirm the statement of Secretary del Rosario relative to the ongoing road projects in Marawi City, which are expected to be completed by September 2021. The committee members, particularly Representatives Pancho, Noel, Ferrer, Vice Chairperson Zamora, and this representation propounded queries to the appointee. Senator Villar made a manifestation relative to the concerns of Representative Pancho on the 30% allocation of open space in subdivision areas. The appointee responded to all the queries of the committee members. However, due to lack of material time, the committee decided to suspend the deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Secretary del Rosario as Secretary of Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development on 2 grounds. First, to give time and allow Secretary del Rosario to submit the documents requested by the members of this committee. And second, also to give time for the Commission Secretariat to research and come up with a system to be used should the committee resort to voting by means of appropriate technology as provided under the amended rules. That is the parliamentary status, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We hear from the CA Secretariat as to any update regarding the ad interim appointment of the appointee here, Secretary del Rosario. Attorney Villacorta, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Your Honors. On October 1, 2020, the documents as attachments to the email message of Secretary del Rosario on September 29, 2020, which is in compliance with the requests of the Majority Leader, Representative Almario, and Representatives Chipeco Jr., Noel, and Ramirez Sato, were received in the morning of September 30, 2020, and were also emailed to all the committee members, except Representative Noel, who requested for a personal delivery. On October 6, 2020, the requested project evaluation and review technique PERT CPM, critical path method, of the Task Force Bangon Marawi projects were submitted to the Commission Secretariat, and copies of which were emailed to the honorable members of the committee. Moreover, on October 13, the Secretariat received a letter of support from the Marawi Sultanate League, signed by Chairperson Sultan Nasser D. Sampaco and its members. The group expressed their strong appeal for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Eduardo Drueco del Rosario as Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. The Task Force Bangon Marawi accomplishment report as of October 1, 2020 was attached to the letter of support. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you. Before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the members of this committee. Physically present is Senator Ping Lacson. I see virtually Senator Villar, Senator Antiveros, Congressman, of course, but the majority leader, Congressman Almario, Congressman Chipeco, Congressman Alvarez, Congressman Advincula, Congressman Pancho, the Vice Chair of the Commission on Appointments, Congressman Zamora, Congresswoman Didi Cagas. I see virtually present Congressman Agarao, and who else? Are there other members of the committee? Hindi ko nabanggit. Senator Marcos is virtually present. She just logged in, and probably the others would be following suit. Some of the senators are probably still trying to catch up some with their sleeping time due to the late budgetary deliberations just this morning. So, are there, may I know from the body, if there are still some additional questions that will be propounded or other concerns that will be propounded to our appointee here? To be recognized, please just raise your right hand or address the chair. Thank you. Are there additional questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Leader, Senator Lacson?
Yes, I would just like to ask the appointee if resettlement of those affected by typhoons is included in the mandate of the agency.
Appointee, you can answer the query.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the mandate of the agency is to assist victims of calamities. If there is a need for actual displacement and resettlement to safe areas, then we will
No,
assist the...
Mr. Chairman, my question is very simple. Is resettlement of those affected by the typhoons included in your mandate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So after the successive typhoons, yung Quinta, Rolly, Ulysses, what are your action plans?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the action plan of the department is to make an assessment in...
And you have an action plan for each of the calamity, right?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
So what is your action plan on Quinta?
Basically, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, our first step in undertaking a resettlement is to directly coordinate with the LGUs concerned and pinpoint the exact locations where the affected households or families will be resettled. From that point onward, we will have to validate the safety to hazards of the chosen sites, and if found to be safe as compared to their previous ones, then we'll start with the funding requirements and submission to the Office of the President for the funding, Your Honors.
And this would involve hazard mapping, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Have you made your coordination with DOST and DNR in this regard?
Mr.
Isa
Chairman,
muna. Okay. Unahin natin yung pinakamalakas, yung latest, Ulysses. Meron na kayong coordination with DNR and DOST para do sa hazard map?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the hazard map is now easily accessible based on the Hunter apps exposed by DOST, and we can easily determine if the chosen site is safe or not, Your Honors.
Okay. And there are categories here, not just safe. Meron tinatawag na safe, unsafe, and controlled. So have you identified which are the safe, unsafe, and controlled areas for
Yes,
the process of resettlement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is classified as highly susceptible, moderate, or less susceptible, Your Honors.
And you have identified these areas.
Yes, Your Honors.
So ano yung next action taken?
The number of legitimate beneficiaries and submission of the funding requirements, Mr. Chairman.
Of course, you cannot do this without the PDNA, hindi ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Your
Do you already have a copy of the PDNA?
The PDNA is will be conducted by the Office of Civil Defense. And
Yeah, I know
it is
that.
ongoing.
But do you already have a copy of the PDNA, say, for Rolly muna?
We don't have any PDNA yet, Mr. Chairman.
How can you craft a rehabilitation and reconstruction plan kung wala kayong PDNA? You cannot start.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, based on the initial report submitted by the LGUs, we can start with that initial figure, but we have to validate and confirm so that we can fine-tune the recommendation, Your Honors.
But those are very preliminary, yung submission ng LGUs. In fact, all the post-disaster needs assessment should be finalized by the OCD, hindi ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
And how far have they gone if you are monitoring? Because this is also your concern, being the, sabihin natin, resettlement SAR for purposes of the typhoon victims.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, at the moment, per our latest coordination last Monday with the Office of Civil Defense, the NDRRMC is now focused on early intervention activities. That's providing relief assistance to victims of calamities. And they are now organizing for the deployment of the different agencies. It is multi-sectoral for deployment in calamity-stricken areas. Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Have you already met with this, with the heads or at least representatives of these agencies?
I have talked directly to the administrator of the Office of Civil Defense, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, and I have given instructions to my regional directors to participate in the PDNA that would be conducted and spearheaded by the Office of Civil Defense, Your Honors.
Do you already have an inventory of areas which are considered danger zones, saka yung no-build zones? In those areas affected,
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, as I have said earlier, we have the existing hunter applications and we can readily find out if the sites are highly susceptible or not, and the proposed sites that would be given later by the LGUs will be safe for resettlement projects.
So with or without typhoons, you already have this in your files?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Nationwide?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So kung merong typhoons, alam nyo na kagad kung saan i-resettle?
We can say that the residential areas, based on the CLUP of the LGUs, we can have an idea, but for the availability of the exact site must be chosen and offered by the LGU for the construction of the settlement. Your
Ano
Honor.
ba yung standard ng, say, wind resistance ng structure that you are supposed to build, especially in hazard or hazardous areas as far as typhoons?
The standard, Mr. Chairman, is 250 kilometers per hour, and for earthquake, it's 7.2, Your Honors.
7.2. But in the danger zones, in yung typhoon-prone areas or earthquake-prone areas, I mean, yung nasa belt, malapit sa belt,
Yes, sir.
shouldn't it be 9? Intensity 9? 7.9 seems to be a little low, di ba? Kasi especially yung sa fault, malapit sa fault.
If it's very close to the earthquake float, let's say a kilometer or less, in as much as possible, we wouldn't recommend construction in that site. But if ever,
Yeah, but there are already structures and you cannot drive them out. They're already there. So what do you plan to do?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, I think retrofitting is the best mitigating measure, Your Honors.
So as we speak, coordinations are being made with those agencies.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. We recognize the virtual presence of Senator Bongo. With apologies, I failed to recognize Congressman Ramirez Sato and Congresswoman Ramirez Sato and Bem Noel. Are there other questions from the body? addressed to the nominee. The Vice Chair, Congressman Ronnie Zamora is recognized. Yes, sir, you can proceed and unmute. We cannot hear you. Yes, we have you now.
Mr. Chairman, can I just address directly the nominee by asking him a number of questions, basically about first.
Please proceed, Your Honor.
Yes. Can I just ask him about his stint as chairman of the Bangon Marawi Task Force?
Please proceed, Your Honor. And nominee, you can address directly the queries coming from the Vice Chair of the Commission on Appointments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, I was designated by the President.
There are no questions yet. You wait for the questions.
Yes. Are you still chairman of this task force, Bangon Marawi?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The reason why I ask is there is supposed to be a Marawi fund composed of the amounts contributed by various countries. Is there still a Marawi fund, Mr. Nominee?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, actually there are pledges from the different countries. And this fund is given to the Department of Finance and lodged in the National Treasury, Your Honors.
Let me give you, just to remind you and to remind everybody, what the promises were. Australia, $1 billion. United States, $785 million. The United Nations, $3 billion US dollars. Japan, $600 million US dollars. Thailand, $50 million US dollars. The European Union, $1.5 billion. Did we ever get these amounts, Mr. Nominee?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the protocol is goes this way. Let's say the United States pledged to provide support in the amount of $700+ million. It's not being given to the national government, but instead it is channeled through the US aid, who has NGOs who will undertake the intervention. It will not pass through the national treasury anymore, but being undertaken directly by the countries concerned. The same goes with Australia. With the exception of Japan, Japan is channeling its assistance to the national government, but it will pinpoint in coordination with the national government what projects will be undertaken. And that's what happened with regards to the Japanese support. All others are being undertaken directly by them and not channeled or given to the national treasury, Your Honors.
So the European Union, which promised 1.5 billion US dollars, we never got any real money out of that.
I have to check you on that, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of the Vice Chairman, I would just like to interject and pursue that point.
Proceed, Senator Lacson.
What kind of intervention does your agency have in this regard when there are pledges and actual donations coming from not necessarily governments, because there are NGOs in other countries that would extend help to the typhoon victim? Anong klaseng intervention? Zero? Your agency? Because sabi mo, diretso na sa NGOs,
Yes,
local NGOs. So, anong intervention ang pwede nyong gawin in that regard? Ano? Bahala na sila mag-usap, wala na tayong pakialam?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, actually the NGOs will coordinate on the ground with the LGUs concerned and the task force and inform us of the projects that they have. And they will tell us as to where the projects will be undertaken. And most of these projects are basically on capacity building activities, especially the Australian support. They link with their civil society organizations, NGOs, and conduct capacity building activities on their own, Your Honors.
Hindi ba baligtad? Dapat kayo yung nagbibigay ng guidelines? Anyway, I would like to belabor, I would not belabor the point anymore. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Vice Chair,
Senator
you still have the floor.
Let me just pursue this point. We are not talking small amounts, Mr. Chairman. We are talking of more than $7 billion. That's about 350 billion pesos. I'd like to know really what happened to that money, whether that money in fact arrived to us in the form of projects or other interventions by NGOs and so on, whether any money was received in a special fund administered by the Department of Finance. Can we have an idea of what happened to basically $7 billion, 350 billion pesos?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, in as far as projects undertaken directly by our development partners, they are the ones undertaking the projects on their own. So far, what we have received came from the Asian Development Bank, China, and the government of Japan for a total of 7.7 billion pesos only, Your Honors.
That's 150.
Can you repeat that with the indulgence of Congressman Zamora? Can you repeat that? It's not dollars, pesos, 7 billion pesos.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, it's 10.7 billion pesos only coming from the Asian Development Bank, China, and the government of Japan.
And with the permission of the Congressman Zamora, the bulk of that would be dedicated to capacity building. So you will have foreign donors coming in, but a greater portion will be allocated for capacity building of the NGOs that they pinpoint. Is that my correct impression?
Basically, they have this amount will be used for them for their admin requirements. They purchase vehicles, hire consultants and people on the ground, and the excess will be used for their projects in any calamity-stricken areas, Your Honors.
Thank you. Congressman Zamora, you can proceed.
Yes, so that doesn't really contribute too much to the amelioration of the problems of people stricken on the ground. Am I not correct?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, actually, they also provide relief assistance. They give relief goods for the people directly affected. And they tap NGOs and civil society organizations to undertake this. And of course, they coordinate. Let's say if it's relief assistance, they coordinate with the DSWD. If it's
for instance, Mr. Nominee, here is the problem. Did they come up with anything that helped your particular department solve these issues? For instance, Australia, did they give you any kind of shelter assistance so that you could put up in Marawi, 10,000 units for those who were bombed out during the insurgency? Is there anything like that? Did any one of these countries help out in the housing problems that are very large in Marawi even now?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, most of the interventions are non-infra projects, with the exception of the Japanese government who provided and who provided and funded 1,500 shelter, permanent shelter in Marawi City, Your Honors.
All of the rest provided nothing of the sort.
It's non-infra, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
So of the $7 billion that we were made to believe we would be getting, we got them basically in terms of what? Canned goods, rice, that kind of intervention. But that lasts only for a few weeks. In the end, it is something like the Japanese, who should be emulated. At least they're going to leave you with 1,500 houses. But the others are not going to be able to do that. That is correct, is it not?
That is right, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, but they follow their own protocol and they follow their own priorities, which we do not like to intervene. We appreciate the government of Japan for talking to us if what we need, and they will be funding. So we have identified the housing projects for shelter, and that's the one they funded, Your Honors. Most countries, they will just announce that they are pledging or giving support in this amount. But with regards to the project implementation, they go directly on the grounds, and mostly, as I have said earlier, it's for early intervention activities, Your Honors.
Well, I have a few other questions, but never mind about Marawi. I mean, you are still the task force head, are you not, Mr. Secretary?
Beg your pardon,
You're
Mr.
still
Chairman.
the chairman or the administrator of the task force, Bangon Marawi, are you not?
I am still the chairman of Task Force Bangon Marawi, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Well, perhaps maybe you should write a note to all of these so-called all of these donors, and remind them that they have not really contributed what they promised. You know, basically you're talking of what, 1/50th of the amount that they promised that you actually received. And that's not even you for housing, except for the Japanese. You're not really getting anything that remains on the ground. That's my point, Mr. Chairman.
It is noted, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Can I just ask, Mr. Chairman, about this this complaint that we read? This is from the Inquirer, Rebuilding Marawi and the Resistance and the Resilience of Terrorists. It talks about Task Force Bangon Marawi selling of metal-based debris, scrap iron, from the now flattened, most affected area or ground zero. They are claiming that Task Force Marawi said that the revenue from the sale of debris would be put up in a trust fund for the homeowners in the most affected areas. Are you familiar with this, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
So what happened? You sold the scrap metal?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, actually it's not the Task Force Bangon Marawi who sold the scrap. It's the local government unit who conducted the auction as to the who will be the chosen buyer of the scrap. They conducted a series of publications. In their publication, it was offered at 10 pesos per kilo, but there was no bidder. On the second publication, they placed it at 8 pesos. Again, there was no bidder. And on the third, there was a bidder who offered 8. So when there was a bidder that offered 8 pesos per scrap, other bidders followed suit, and they got a 10 peso per kilo, and that's the winning bidder who got the contract of buying the scrap.
How much are we
So what-
talking about, Mr. Secretary?
Say again, Mr. Chairman.
How much are we talking about? The amount of the contract?
Actually, it depends on the number of kilos that will be sold, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. And I'm not certain, but I think more than 50 million pesos is now presently in the coffers of the local government unit as a trust fund. And there was a committee created by the local government to oversee the utilization of this amount. And I can say that everything was undertaken above board, and it was conducted properly by the local government unit, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Yes, but the money should not remain with the local government unit. That's correct, right? It should be distributed to the homeowners whose buildings were flattened.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the concept applied by the LGU is once the selling of the scrap is completed, the committee will now consult the IDPs, the barangay captains, on how best they can utilize the amount raised by selling the scrap, Your Honors. I do not know at the moment if the selling and buying of scrap was completed already, Sir Chairman, Your Honors. But once completed, the intention of the local government unit is to for the committee to have consultation with the IDPs and the barangay officials, Your Honors.
Well, that's not a satisfactory answer, but never mind, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure there are others who will be asking questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
sir.
Thank you, Congressman Zamora. Are there other questions coming from our colleagues? I'd like to recognize the physical presence of Congressman Ferrer, the chair of the Committee on National Defense. So we now have an all Caviteño panel here, physically present right now. Are there other questions coming? I see the hand of Congressman Bem Noel. Congressman Noel, you're recognized.
Maupay nga aga, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Mr. Secretary, nag-usap na po tayo. I know you have so much on your plate right now, but you have Rolly of Ulysses, but para lang po masarado na po natin yung Yolanda na 7 years ago pa. Una, to get it out of the way na po, and to get it out of my head, ito pong dati, may report po kasi na there were over 20,000 deaths nung Yolanda. And in some articles, kayo po ang magsabi sa akin kung totoo hindi, no? You reportedly asked the then RD na i-understate yung death. 20,000 yun, sigurado ako, sinandun ako nakita ko along the road yung mga patay. And you wanted, I don't know kung sino po ang nagbigay ng instructions, na yung death limited to 6,000. Kaya po siya na-relieve Gusto ko lang po malaman, totoo po ba o hindi?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, I can say and say it straight to anyone's eyes, there was no instruction to downgrade the number of deaths. If I remember right, it's about 7,500, and this is based on the validation on the ground by the LGUs from the barangay to the municipality, submitted to the province and to the region, and that's the one that we will have a final tally of the number of missing and the dead. It's accurate in as far as we are concerned there was no instruction to downgrade the number of casualties because when I was interviewed during my stint as the executive director of NDR RRMC, I said I am ready to resign if this can be proven because there was no instruction to that effect, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Nagkausap na po tayo, okay na po tayo. You are also with me in addressing yung mga natira sa Yolanda. But in that regard, I will totally disagree po with you. You said 6,900, now you say 7. But taga dun po ako, it's definitely not less than 10,000. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Noel. I'd also like to share a one-liner. I was the one, modesty aside, who built the first mass grave near that bus station in Tacloban City, downtown. Alam siguro to ni General De Rosario. Are there other questions from our colleagues? Hearing none, Majority Leader, what's the pleasure of the esteemed gentleman from Zamboanga, Davao?
Baka iba yung kilala mo sa Zamboanga, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman De Rosario, you're recognized.
Oh.
Almario, I'm sorry. Medyo
Mr.
puyat na
Chairman,
po ako, Your Honors. Wala pa akong tulog.
Ang puyat na puyat ka sa flight mo.
Maybe we have that remarks deleted from the records. That was a joke coming from the good Majority Leader trying to enliven this hearing. Senator Grace Po is likewise recognized. She's virtually present. Majority Leader?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think any member of the committee has registered his intent to ask a question, and we have heard Secretary De Rosario respond to all the questions propounded. I therefore move to terminate the hearing on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Eduardo Drueco del Rosario as Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, and that the body will proceed into an executive session, Mr. Chairman.
Before that, I recognize the virtual presence likewise of our good Minority Leader, Senator Drilon. Any objections? Is there a second to move into an executive session as moved by the Majority Leader? Seconded by Congressman Ferrer. No objections. The same is hereby approved. So we will
session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Honorable Chairperson, Representative Luis John A. Ferrer IV, is present. The other officers and members of the Committee on National Defense of the Commission on Appointments are Agaraw Jr.,
Present.
Alvarez Jr.,
Present.
Heron, Go, Lacson,
Present ako, sir. Go. Go po.
yes sir, Pimentel III, Tolentino, Tagas, Sipeco Jr., Hontiveros,
Present.
Marcos, Noel,
Present.
Pancho, Lacson, Po, Ramirez Sato, Revilla Jr.,
Present.
Villar,
Present.
Subiri, Zamora,
Present.
Almario,
Present.
Villanueva, Drilon, Advincula,
Present.
With 3 members physically present, including the chair, and 18 members virtually present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on October 28, 2020 and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is hereby approved. Good morning, our esteemed members of the Commission Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are tasked to deliberate on the 52 ad interim appointments and 8 nominations of senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines that were submitted to the committee's jurisdiction for its consideration. Officers, please stand up as your name is called. The ad interim appointments of Andrew B. Bacala Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Noel A. Laurio to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Davis Christopher G. Mercado to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Crisanto C. Calit to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Reynaldo R. Malapad to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Manolito E. Roque to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Jose Eduardo F. Liboon to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Allen Raymond C. Tomas, the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Philip G. Alvarez Jr., to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Florencio P. Politud Jr., the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ramil P. Corpus, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Iloyo M. Nabwa, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Wilbert Manuel A. Buhayo, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Miljun C. Peña Florida, to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Joel C. Bonavente, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy Marines. Joel A. Lobitanya, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ronel R. Manalo, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Hamaloding R. Polog, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Darrell R. Bañez, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Richard C. Sibayan, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Prudencio C. Patricio Jr., to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Roderick T. Garcia, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Patricio S. Tomales, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Rebi Ann G. Naldoza, to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Michael M. Mangahas, to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps. Nelson C. Alwad, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ruben G. Aquino, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Gaudencio M. Lauron III, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Archibald Dino C. Delfin, to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Peter G. Tolentino III, to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Rojun P. Rosales, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Emilito Tadeus M. Logan, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Randy G. Buena, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Okay. Dante S. Aquino, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Manuel Van C. Henson, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Peter Edwin R. Navarro, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Homer D. Gonzalez, to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Jamel P. Samonte, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ramon Antonio E. Bello, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Randy O. Remonte, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ronnie S. Paba, to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Froilan B. Labrador, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Edmund Paul R. De Los Santos, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Reynaldo D. Gabinete, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Elpidio T. Factor, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy Marines. Neptali V. Padua, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy Marines. Peter B. Oceano, to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy. Oceano. Is it Army? Army. Opo. Siya, ano, di ba? Tama. Tama po. Erickson L. Gob, to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Ernesto D.L. Bautista Jr., to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Benedict M. Arevalo, to the rank of Major General. Chofilo R. Bailon Jr., to the rank of Brigadier General. George A. Blanco, to the rank of Brigadier General. Rolando E. Nerona, to the rank of Brigadier General. Denimar A. Clemencia, to the rank of Brigadier General. Jesus P. Durante III, to the rank of Brigadier General. Alex D.C. Luna, to the rank of Major General. Jesus Rico D. Atencio, to the rank of Brigadier General. Ferdinand T. Barandon, to the rank of Brigadier General. Eric A. Kagawan, to the rank of Vice Admiral. And Gerardo P. Catindoy, to the rank of Brigadier General. Mr. Secretary, kindly report on the jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information relative to their ad interim appointments and nominations in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the new rules of the standing committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. All the appointees and nominees have complied with the submission of the documentary requirements as provided for in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. On various dates, their ad interim appointments and nominations were referred by the Senate President and CA Chairperson Vicente C. Soto III to the Committee on National Defense pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission, and were published in 2 newspapers of general circulation and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the new rules of the standing committees. This morning, your Secretariat received letters from the Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel J1, Major General Adriano S. Perez Jr., addressed to the committee chairman, Representative Luis John A. Ferrer IV, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of the following senior officers. Number 1, Colonel Ronel R. Manalo, who is presently on schooling abroad. Number 2, Colonel Jesus Rico D. Atencio. He was confined at the St. Luke's Medical Center last November 10 with a diagnosis on tumor and was discharged November 17 and has a permanent disability. Number 3, Andrew B. Bacala Jr., who was likewise hospitalized from November 14 to 17 due to diabetes and was exposed to COVID-19 patients and is thus advised to go on quarantine. Number 4, Randy G. Buena, whose RT-PCR test result showed that he is positive for causative agent for COVID-19 and was advised to go on a 14-day quarantine. Nevertheless, the Colonels Manalo, Bacala, and Buena are appearing in today's hearing virtually. There is no opposition received against any of the following ad interim appointments and nominations. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Mr. Chairman,
Majority Leader,
I move that the letter request for waiver of personal appearances of the aforementioned senior officers be approved. I so move, Your Honor.
is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is hereby approved. Secretary, kindly administer the oath to the appointees and nominees, including those who are appearing virtually before this committee.
Kindly all stand and raise your right hand. Do you all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding, so help you God? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, they are now all under oath.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Chair.
Senator Tolentino.
Just an inquiry as prodded by one of our colleagues here. May we know the exact location of one of the nominees, Colonel Manalo, who is apparently overseas? Colonel Manalo, his exact location, pursuant to our amended rules, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Tolentino. Colonel Manalo, what is your location, sir?
Your Honor, sir, I'm at the Philippine Embassy at Washington, D.C. at the Office of the Consul, sir. At my back is the Philippine flag and the seal of the Philippine Embassy, sir, in Washington, D.C., Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, with the current daylight saving time, I think we now have a 13-hour time difference between Washington, D.C. and the Philippines. Am I correct?
Your Honor,
po dyan?
you are correct, Your Honor.
So I think Colonel Manalo has complied with the rules, and probably the chair can order him to be at ease or in a relaxed position because apparently he's still standing, Your Honor.
Okay, noted, Senator Francis. Gentlemen,
Mr. Chair.
you can be at ease. Are you sitting po ba? Or ano? Pwede na po maupo. Pwede na po. Colonel Andrew, Colonel Manalo, and Colonel Randy. Okay. Okay. So, we will proceed. Can we now invite Rear Admiral Eric A. Kagawan, nominated to the rank of Vice Admiral, the most senior among the officers now under consideration, to please take the seat in front, sir. Admiral, you can now deliver your opening statement if you have any.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, good morning to all of you. I am Rear Admiral Eric Kagawan, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Prior to my current designation, I was the Commander of Naval Forces Western Mindanao, based in Zamboanga City. I am a career naval officer whose specialty is surface warfare. Hence, I was given the privilege to command 7 Philippine Navy commissioned vessels. I am a member of PMA Class 1987 and has been in the service for 33 years. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission on Appointments, I and 59 of my colleagues have been appointed and nominated by the President for promotion. Hence, there is a need for us to undergo the Commission on Appointments pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution. Again, a pleasant morning to the Chairman and the members of the Commission on Appointments.
Thank you, sir. So the floor is now open for questions or queries to our appointees and nominees. Anyone? Senator Risa Ontiveros, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At magandang umaga po, Vice Admiral Kagawan.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Just a single question, Vice Admiral, Mr. Chairman. What best practices have you learned in your long and outstanding leadership in the naval force that you will use and integrate in your position as the new Deputy Chief of Staff of the AFP? Vice Admiral, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Your Honor, I believe that I got to this point because in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, particularly in the Philippine Navy, we have a specific career path to follow, and certain professional military education to undergo. And I believe I have met the requirements of the armed forces in terms of preparing myself professionally and personally for this position, having undergone several military and civilian schoolings, and having been given the opportunity to command positions in the Philippine Navy, ma'am.
Indeed, Vice Admiral Kagawan, Mr. Chairman, the good Vice Admiral was Distinguished Service Star in 2012 as Commander of the Naval Task Force 62 for his efforts in repeatedly establishing the distinction of the Naval Forces Western Mindanao as the premier naval force of the Philippine Navy. So I look forward, Vice Admiral, Mr. Chairman, to the leadership that the good Vice Admiral will exert as the new Deputy Chief of Staff of the AFP, coming from one of the service commands of the AFP that is essential in external pelagic republic. So in advance, congratulations, Vice Admiral Kagawan, mabuhay and my snappy salute. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Senator Amy po, you have the floor.
Yes, if Senator Ontiveros will allow, I will have a question for Vice Admiral Kagawan.
Of course, Mr. Chair, of course, Senator.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. Admiral Kagawan, I know that you're a distinguished and loyal officer. The Philippine Navy is tasked to pursue the active archipelagic defense strategy. All these resounding words, including the maritime domain awareness. However, we know that the Philippine Navy's modernization has been largely ignored. What would be your priorities in order to finally implement the AADS?
Ma'am, there are three components of the active archipelagic defense strategy of the Philippine Navy. Specifically, it talks about maritime domain awareness, maritime operations, and maritime cooperation. I'd like to thank Congress for providing us the wherewithal to at least provide credible defense for the country. I'd like to thank Congress for giving us the budget. Some of our modernization projects have been delivered for the past 2 years, and hopefully another 70 billion worth of modernization projects are intended for the armed forces of the Philippines. For now, ma'am, the modernization program is moving forward. However, it was just slowed down lately because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But nevertheless, I'd like to thank Congress for providing us the necessary funds to still pursue our modernization program and the needed capabilities so that we will be able to provide credible defense for our country.
How would you say the non-material requirements have been complied with? Obviously, modernization does not end with the acquisition of new platforms. Nakaka-cope ba kayo dun sa upgrading of our very antiquated naval doctrines, the training of personnel for new equipment, and the like?
That's right, ma'am.
Do we actually have new capabilities in the naval sphere?
In terms of doctrines, we have been updating our current doctrines as we have been acquiring more modern equipment here in the armed forces. Of course, we are also focusing for the other 4 components of the modernization program. So rest assured that we are updating, and formulating new doctrines based on the new capabilities that your armed forces of the Philippines are acquiring.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Kagawan. That will be all, and I'm certain that you will get your promotion. Thank you.
Thank you,
Your
Senator.
Honor.
Thank you, Senator Aimee. Any other member? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead po, Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the meantime that no other member is asking a question, I just like to make of record a manifestation about Colonel Andrew Bacala Jr. Mr. Chairman, I had actually prepared to ask him some questions about his distinguished service record, including the very notable rescue of 29 female victims of human trafficking, for which reason, among others, in 2019, he was conferred with a Distinguished Service Star and was commended in his personal capacity and on behalf of his whole unit. But I'm very cognizant of the fact that, as the good secretary said at the beginning of our hearing, that the good colonel is still recovering and is still to fully recover from his current health concern. I noted with deep respect how he, with some difficulty but great determination, stood at attention, first when the committee recognized his attendance, and then when the secretary administered the oath to our officers. And I don't wish to tax his health at the moment, but I would just like to make of record, Mr. Chairman, my commendation for the good colonel's admirable service record. In addition, his Distinguished Conduct Star, with which he was honored
Senator Hontiveros, medyo nakat yata yung internet ni Senator Risa. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Lacson
a very
po.
quick question kay Admiral Kagawan. First, have you completed Horizon 1 sa AP Modernization? Fully completed?
Not yet, sir.
Ilang programs pa yung naiwan?
We're-
Last time I heard, there's still 2 pending projects, no?
Yes, sir.
Sa Philippine Navy.
Yes, sir.
Are you still familiar what those projects are?
We're still expecting frigates and our landing docks, Mr. Chairman.
That's, di ba Horizon 2 yan? No, I'm referring to Horizon 1.
Yes, sir. We have not completed Horizon 1, sir.
There are 2 projects still pending. And the last time I heard, you are about to complete Horizon 1, fully complete. Horizon 2, marami pang pending projects.
For the Philippine Navy, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman. Yes.
Not just the Philippine Navy, but yung Horizon 2, marami pa. Yung Horizon 1, dalawa yung projects naka-pending sa Philippine Navy. Pero minor projects. And last time I talked to Secretary Lorenzana during a hearing, committee hearing, he told me that it would, I think it was General Gapay who told us, the committee, that you were about to complete Horizon 1, pending the 2 projects, the completion of the 2 projects under the Philippine Navy. Now, are you not familiar with the implementation of the AFP modernization?
The latest brief that I got, Mr. Chairman, was that some of the projects that we have been pursuing have been slowed down because of the COVID-19.
Yeah, I know. But yung Horizon 1, that's pre-pandemic eh. I think ang mga issues ninyo, obstacles, mostly yung procurement.
That's correct.
That's why you're requesting Congress to pass the amendment to the Procurement Law 9184. So when were you appointed as a Deputy Chief of Staff?
Just last month,
Last
Your Honor.
month. Ano ba duties ng Deputy Chief of Staff?
Well, basically, Mr. Chairman, I assist the Chief of Staff AFP in the administration and the management of all matters pertaining to General Headquarters AFP.
Yes.
And
And you're practically the Chief of Staff of the
joint
J
staff.
staff, di ba?
The joint staff, yeah,
Yeah,
Mr.
joint
Chair.
staff, the J staff. Yeah. So you're number 3 in the hierarchy,
That's correct, Your Honor.
and there are 3 in the command group, no? Chief of Staff, Vice Chief of Staff, and the Deputy Chief of Staff.
Yes, Your Honor.
Unlike sa PNP, 4. Are you related to General Jerry?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
You are his?
I am his eldest son, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. Senator Risa,
Class 62, di ba? Tatay mo?
you were lost a while. Your
Class 62
audio
yung
was
tatay mo.
lost a while ago. So you want to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I apologize for my audio earlier.
Go ahead po.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to complete my commendation or remarks of commendation to Colonel Andrew Bacala Jr. He was also given a Gold Cross Medal in 2016 for gallantry in action during an encounter with 100 fully armed ASG members under the command of the infamous Isnilon Hapilon and Furuji Indama and Radsmilja Natul in Basilan. He's also known for his reputation as a tenacious hunter of suspected terrorists. He's well regarded and respected as a battle-tested combat officer. And lastly, and most notable to me, Mr. Chairman, Colonel Bacala is reputed to be a critical thinker who never lost composure in combat, which I think, Mr. Chairman, is a fantastic combination for our armed forces officers of the present and for the future. The unshakable composure and at the same time, the capacity for critical thinking. So I just like to make that of record, Mr. Chairman, and to express to Colonel Bacala my advanced congratulations. Mabuhay, sir. My snappy salute. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Senator Bong Revilla, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For my questions for Rear Admiral Eric Acetron Kagawan. Okay, we need a report. We read a report, saying that China has drafted a Coast Guard law that authorizes its maritime law enforcers to demolish foreign constructions on Chinese claimed reefs and allows the use of weapons against foreign ships. The article continues. The draft says that Chinese Coast Guard has the right to order foreign organizations and individuals to stop the constructions of building, structures, and development of floating devices on islands claimed by China. What are your thoughts on this, Admiral, Vice Admiral?
Thank you, Your Honor. There's a specific task force that handles all issues regarding the South China Sea or West Philippine Sea, and that is the National Task Force for West Philippine Sea, being chaired by our National Security Advisor, the Honorable Esperon. With regard to that report, sir, I used to be a member of that task force. I'm sure those reports are being validated by the National Task Force West Philippine Sea, and issues like this usually are being handled first diplomatically, Your Honor.
Okay, how does this move impact our position and military operations in the West Philippine Sea?
Sir, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, being part of the National Task Force West Philippine Sea, our duty is very clear, to protect the people and secure the sovereignty and the integrity of our national territory. We will remain in the area for maritime domain awareness and maritime presence, Your Honor.
So how prepared are we in the event that another Filipino ship or vessel encounter an aggression from the Chinese Coast Guard?
There are rules of engagement, Your Honors, in that area, and the guidance at the National Task Force West Philippine Sea is to not to heighten tension, but if matters like that happen, it will be addressed first through diplomatic means, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Mr. Chair, I just want to extend my support and commendation to our senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. They have all shown excellence of service in their respective fields and are expected to assume the top leadership of the AFP in the future. I would like to congratulate the senior officers led by Rear Admiral Eric Asadera Kagawan, or who nominated to the rank of Vice Admiral Major General Benedict Musni Arevalo, Brigadier General Alex de la Cruz Luna, who is nominated to the rank of Major General. Also, I would like to commend Colonel Jesus Pamplona Durante III of the Philippine Army, who is nominated to the rank of Brigadier General, a recipient of 13 Gold Cross medals, and is highly regarded for his accomplishments, courage, and experience in the battlefield, and is currently the group commander of the Presidential Security Group. And Colonel Reyes Manalo of the Philippine Army, na aking kababayan sa 13 Martires City, Cavite, who is recently honored with the Distinguished Service Star for his immense contribution to the peace and security in Lanao del Norte, and conferred with the Order of Lapu-Lapu degree of Kamagi by President Duterte in 2018, and recognized for his vital role in the government's successful campaign in destroying Maute, ISIS terrorists during Marawi Operation Liberation in 2017. Mr. Chair, I just I trust that they will all continue to be dedicated officers who adhere to and uphold the core principles of the AFP: honor, service, patriotism. Kaya saludo po kami sa inyo. Salamat po sa inyong kagitingan at serbisyo sa bayan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Revilla. Senator Tolentino, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question addressed to the good Admiral. Nothing politics, nothing personal that will be required from your answer. Have you ever heard of the name Michel Flournoy?
No, Your Honor.
Michel Flournoy, for the record, was a former high-ranking official of the Obama administration. And she, babae ito, was the one responsible for the American intervention in Libya. When it came to the minds of the mainstream media in the United States that Biden will be declared as the winner, Michel Flournoy, a lady, was immediately touted as the next Pentagon chief. And her first statement is this, recalling a previous statement last June of this year: "We will sink all the man-made islands of China in the West Philippine Sea or the South China Sea within 72 hours. And there is now a big group pushing for her nomination as the next defense chief of the United States. If ever that happens, Rear Admiral, in your personal opinion, how big is the shift in the mindset of the Navy and the entire armed forces of the Philippines relative to that posture? Very aggressive, very progressive, and quasi-hostile in terms of diplomatic pronouncements. The next Pentagon chief, Michelle Flournoy. And I assume that she will have to hurdle likewise a severe scrutiny in the U.S. Senate confirmation with that statement, and it generated a huge negative reaction from the Chinese government. Meron ba magiging pagbabago sa ating sitwasyon, lalong-lalo na extend ng 6 na buwan ang Visiting Forces Agreement? Your own personal opinion, nothing that would implicate the defense establishment.
For me, Your Honor, any moves that will sustain the stability and security of the South China Sea, especially the West Philippine Sea, any moves diplomatically, strategically is welcome by the armed forces of the Philippines.
Repeat that. Any
moves that will sustain the security and stability of that region, especially South China Sea, is welcome by your armed forces of the Philippines, Your Honor.
Admiral. Po kang tanong, Mr. Chair, kay Admiral.
Salamat po, Senator Tolentino. Any other member wish to question? Senator Amy Marcos, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. I have questions for Brigadier General George Blanco as well as General Barandon.
Admiral, sir, may be excused po.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Admiral.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po.
Di ako maka-unmute. Pakisabi kay Kiko. Hindi ako maka-unmute. Dito sa laptop.
General, before you proceed, Senator Amy, kindly turn on the audio of Senator Risa.
Thank you very much, General Blanco. I'm aware that you led the humanitarian effort and disaster operations during Typhoon Yolanda, which obviously Congressman Bem Noel and I were very aware of. During that effort, the military's limited resources in responding adequately to catastrophes were exposed with a mere ancient 3 C-130 tactical support planes, a few helicopters and naval ships to transport relief goods. Today, the current operational doctrine is that we will prioritize humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Have things improved by way of equipment and capability?
Thank you, Your Honor, for the question. Yes. For our experience during the Yolanda, Your Honor, other countries help us and volunteer their C-130s during that time, Your Honor. And that time was I was with the OJ4 and who handled the fuel support of those other countries on the first days. Or that this current situation now that we're having, the disaster relief operations with the current aircraft we have and the situation there in the ground in Cagayan and in Catanduanes, Your Honor. Some of our facilities were not good for our aircraft, so there was limited support that we did have. But our helicopters are with under General Bailon. The two of you helicopters are trying or giving their best in supporting our people, sir. That's
what should we do therefore? What should we do therefore, in your opinion, to operationalize the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. We're saying it's our priority. But as we saw in Catanduanes and in Cagayan, our air forces weren't able to land. Even the Navy was unable to get near the places most in need. And those in the remote uphill barangays remained unattended for days on end. Ano pang kailangan natin gawin? Kasi mukhang mula nung Yolanda hanggang ngayon, halos kulang pa rin talaga. As you said, pati gasolina, umaasa tayo sa mga foreigners noon, lalong-lalo na yung mga Amerikano. Kung walang foreigners na darating, katulad ng Catanduanes at Cagayan, talagang ganito na lang ba tayo?
Actually, Your Honor, in my opinion, everybody is being trained by our government, and we were given how to react on this kind of disasters. Sometimes our efforts are not enough because of some situations, Your Honor. Like in the armed forces, even though we have the equipment, but some facilities are not good for landing or to deliver what should be delivered. So in my opinion, Your Honor, maybe we have to engage the local people to train them more on how to address this kind of situation, Your Honor.
Can you give us a specific example, General? I don't quite understand what facilities you're referring to and the LGU training that you think would be apt.
Actually, on the side of the airports, Your Honor, the facilities that I'm mentioning are the runways.
That's right.
Yes, Your Honor. So actually, Your Honor, in my current and new position, I'm with the aviation engineering wing.
That's right.
Of the Philippine Air Force, ma'am, and one of our tasks is to generally provide engineering support to the Philippine Air Force and other national development program by our government. So we are now undergoing extensions on some of our runways and improving our facilities, Your Honor.
Yes, that's right. You will note that there's very little budget for the maintenance and upgrading of our runways, given that, in fact, most of our airports are coastal. There is nothing for Tacloban. And as the General stated, in both Catanduanes and Cagayan, our aircraft were unable to land. Thank you very much, General. And I'd like to call on General Barandon, please.
It may now be excused, General Blanco. General Barandon. Sir, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Senator Amy.
Yes, General Barandon. You have a familiar first name and also a quite inspirational project that maybe you can tell us a little bit about. I read about the Arms to Farms project that you implemented when you were the 15th Infantry Battalion Commander, and you enjoined the former rebel returnees to plant medicinal herbs and spices. This is a unique and novel idea. Perhaps you can tell us what impact it had.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, and also good morning, Madam Senator. Yes, you're right, Madam. Actually, the project Arms to Farms was implemented in 2012. The primary beneficiaries are former MILF rebels in Lanao del Norte. It actually provided them significant benefits provided by the government, especially on livelihood, as well as in other programs that are offered by the government. What is significant here is that the benefits were extended to their families, and the effect was transformational. And I do believe that it contributed much to the success of the new law, which is the BARM law in Lanao del Norte. And I think it is sustained because the local government of Lanao del Norte, and especially the local government of Kauswagan, Lanao del Norte, was actively involved in that project. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, may I know if it's been scaled up and if it's still continuing?
Yes, ma'am, it is still continuing. In fact, it actually has become a template for other municipalities, not only in Lanao del Norte, but in other provinces, neighboring provinces of Lanao del Norte, ma'am.
Thank you very much and congratulations, General. I think innovation is direly needed in our AFP, and certainly you've manifested that and earned your promotion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That will be all.
Thank you very much po, Senator Amy. Thank you, General. Any other member who wants to question? Senator Franklin Drilon. Go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have a question involving the budget of the Philippine Army. Who can respond to this question?
Anyone from the AFP?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir. This is...
Yes. May I know who is? May I know who is there?
Sir, I'm Colonel Bello, sir. I'm the Deputy OAFM of the Philippine Army, sir.
Colonel
Bello, sir.
Bello, sir.
Bello po.
Bello.
Yes, sir.
In relation to the Secretary of Labor?
A distant relative, sir.
Okay, good. So, all right. It's good that you're here because last night we were looking at the budget of a GOCC. The GOCC created by law. It's called Philippine International Trading Corporation, PITC. Now, we were looking at the Commission on Audit reports on PITC, and one of those that attracted my attention would be, just by way of background, a PITC is a government-owned and controlled corporation which is being utilized by various offices to be the procurement agent. In other words, instead of the government unit doing the procurement, they would pass it on to a GOCC called Philippine International Trading Corporation. Now, so by virtue of its function, the PITC would be recipients of funds for the procurement of equipment or services. The summary of there is a COA report pertaining to the PITC, and it shows that a sum of over 439 million pesos. I repeat that 439 million pesos is due to the Philippine Army for balances of funds transferred to PITC, which were already the project was already completed, and these are the balances which are due to the various agencies which ask the PITC to be the procuring agent. I repeat, the Philippine Army has about 439 million, no small money, that it should recover from PITC. Can you look into this, Colonel Bellew, if your office would have relation to the budget of the Philippine Army? You know, you could utilize these funds. That's 439 million. Due the Philippine Army.
Yes, sir. I will ensure that I will personally look into it, sir, and give you feedback, sir, as soon as I get the details. And if it's still, if we can use it, sir, then it will be a big help to the Philippine Army, sir. Especially we have a lot of unfunded items in our budget, sir.
Yes. This is as of December 31, 2019, meaning, let's say, this year, start of this year. I repeat again, it's 439 million pesos in unused balances of fund transfers from the Philippine Army, which were not returned to the Philippine Army after completion of the project for which the PITC was engaged by the Philippine Army. So I would appreciate Colonel Bellew, you will do your unit good service by looking into this, and if this is validated, to seek recovery of 439 million from the PITC back to the coffers of the Philippine Army. Can you do this, Mr. Colonel Bellew, and so give us a report?
Yes, sir. I will do that, sir.
Okay. So when can I expect a report from or when can the committee expect a report?
Sir, I can probably make a report until next week, sir. Just give me a few days first to research on it, sir.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of Senator Drilon, I'd like to thank him for bringing this up because I'm defending the budget of the armed forces, including the Philippine Army tomorrow. And
Yes.
instead of him asking me tomorrow, he has asked it now. So heads up na rin sa akin yun. So I'd like to find out from Colonel Bellew, what kind of transaction or engagement do you have or did you have with the PITC for you to receive that amount from that office agency?
Sir, we have several transactions with the
What kind of
PITC, sir.
transaction?
We have uniforms, sir, boots.
Okay. So supplies.
Yes, sir. Supplies, sir.
And anong nature ng 413? Rebate?
Sir, I would have to research on it, sir.
But I cannot wait for next week. I need it before tonight.
Yes, sir. I will do that, sir.
Yes. For the information of Senator Lacson, these are fund transfers. Let's say they want the Philippine Army would need boots. Instead of the Philippine Army procuring the boots itself, it would request the PITC to be the procuring agency. So let's say the budget is 10 million, 10 million is transferred to the PITC. And after the purchase is made by PITC as a procuring agency, assuming there is a balance, the balance should be returned to the agency requesting for the procurement. This amount of 439 million are amounts due to the Philippine Army from completed transactions. In other words, tapos na, nabili na. May balanse na dapat isole sa Philippine Army, hindi po sinusole, hinahawakan. Hindi ko lang kung ano nangyayari doon. That's the 439 million. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Drilon.
Thank you very much po, Senator Drilon.
Mr.
Another
Chairman.
member, Senator Risa. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize again for my audio earlier. Medyo naglolo ko. But if I may, Mr. Chairman, may I belatedly express my appreciation for the response of earlier of Vice Admiral Kagawan to a question of Senator Francis. It was a response that was strong, at the same time prudent but strong, as befitting a comparatively smaller country like us, which seeks peace in our region but has national pride. If I recall correctly, Mr. Chairman, that question of Senator Francis was seeking the thoughts of the good Vice Admiral about the prospects of a seemingly aggressive possible new Secretary of Defense of the United States regarding the artificial islands of China in the South China Sea, but including in the West Philippine Sea. And again, Mr. Chairman, if I recall correctly, Vice Admiral Gagawan affirmed the principle not only of our armed forces but of our republic that we will always stand for our national sovereignty in the territory of the Philippines. But I cannot recall exactly now, Mr. Chairman, but he couched it in language that was also very diplomatic. And I just like to make of record, Mr. Chairman, my appreciation for that kind of expression of the policy of our armed forces, which I think is very healthily in line with our best policy as a country, that we seek peace, we seek it through primarily diplomatic and political means. Kaya nga't napakahalaga ng ating diplomatic victory sa The Hague. And at the same time, we continue to modernize our armed forces to achieve what the AFP set as a target of a credible defense posture. So yun lang po, belatedly, Mr. Chairman, regarding the response of Vice Admiral Kagawan. Great appreciation for that, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Risa. Any other member who wish to question, or Senator Francis?
One last retort to the manifestation of Senator Ontiveros. I agree likewise with the answer of the good Admiral. We are now transitioning into a new worldview, which is a 72-hour response and destruction of what is perceived as the greatest threat to the Philippine territory. Michelle Flournoy, for the information of the gentleman here present, was former Assistant Secretary of Defense of Pentagon of the United States. So she has the wisdom and experience to handle that position. So hindi ko na siguro pahabain to. I'd like to, with the permission of the good chair and our colleagues, I'd like to have Colonel Durante here for the last questioning, Mr. Chair, because we're still going to have an executive session.
Colonel?
With the permission of this committee, I hope this will be very light. During the previous committee deliberation concerning General Lambria, I had a big mistake in considering him then that he was still the PSG commander. So I jokingly stated that, General, you are suited for that position because I gave the wrong questions, but you gave the correct answers. So I'm now referring to incoming General Durante. I will not be giving you the correct questions because you might be giving me the wrong answers. General Durante, with the indulgence and with due respect to Senator Lacson and all the officers, senior officers here present, in your opinion, which is the best class in the Philippine Military Academy?
Sir, definitely class 92, sir. Well,
Is that the reason, General Durante, why you invited me to join class 92?
yes, sir. We always choose the best, sir.
Thank you, General. I have no further questions.
Colonel Durante,
Yes,
you know, there's such a thing in the Commission on Appointments as Section 20. Do you know what Section 20 is? It's a one-man veto in the plenary. So I'm just reminding you, what is now the best class in the PMA? Of course, 92 is a good class, but what is the best class?
71. 71.
Thank you. Did you answer that or somebody answered for you?
71, Sir Ping.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Bong.
Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
The answer for General Durante. General Durante, congratulations in advance. Keep the president safe. Keep Malacanang safe. Keep the country safe.
Mr. Chair, hindi pa patapos si General Durante
Okay, go ahead, Senator Bongo.
General Durante, hindi ka patapos. Walang walk in the park dito. So, this is my time to grill you. Parati tayo magkasama, so ngayon lang ang pagkakataon kong makaganti sa'yo. Mr. Chairman, would like to express my sincere and utmost gratitude to the 52 senior members of the Armed Forces whose ad interim appointments and 8 nominations will be confirmed and given consent to before us this morning. Also, let me make of record my full support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Brigadier General George Blanco sa Air Force po ito na dating Senior Military Assistant to the President. Major General Benedict Arevalo na dating Brigade Commander ng 303rd Infantry Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division sa Murcia, Negros Occidental. Navy Captain Miljun Peña Florida, dating Commanding Officer ng BRP ang Pangulo. Silip Amphibious Force, Naval Base Heracleo Alano, Sangli, Cavite. Kabatch ko po ito. And nomination of Brigadier General Jesus Durante III, a Ranger, good officer, magaling. Nakasalukuyang Group Commander ng Presidential Security Group. Matagal ko na pong kilala ang mga magigiting na sundalong ito, Mr. Chairman. They are more than qualified for their posts. Mabuhay po kayo. Furthermore, I highly recommend and support the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of Colonel Alan Tomas, who hails from Davao City, si Colonel Rojun Rosales na naging Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, G2, Headquarters 10th Infantry Division, Mawab, Davao de Oro, at naging Deputy ng Governance Strategic Management Office, 10th Infantry Division, Mawab, Davao de Oro. Si Colonel Randy Remonte na naging Executive Officer ng 701st Infantry Brigade, 7th Infantry Division, sa Mati City, Davao Oriental, sa lugar ni Congressman Mayo Almario. And si Colonel Erickson Gob na naman ay naging isang commanding officer sa Camp Panacan Station Hospital Naval Station. Bakit nagsobrahan ng B yung kamag-anak ko to si Colonel Erickson Gob, pero nadagdagan ng B yung apelido mo, sir? And si Navy Captain Homer Gonzales naman po ay naging commanding officer ng BRP Davao del Sur. Colonel Crisanto Calit ay naging commanding officer ng 11th Forward Service Support Unit, Army Support Command ng dyan po sa Panacan. Si Colonel Ramil Corpus naman po ay naging chief ng 11th Finance Service Field Office, Financial Center, Camp Panacan, Davao City. Colonel Ruben Aquino na dating naging Brigade Executive Officer ng 1001st Infantry Brigade ng 10th Infantry Division, Mawab. Colonel Nelson Aluad na dating Commanding Officer po ng 2nd Artillery Battalion sa Mawab rin po. Colonel Patricio Tomales, Colonel Richard Sibayan, Colonel Jamel Samonte, Navy Captain Manolito Roque, Colonel Hamaloding Polog, Colonel Florencio Polito Jr., Colonel Prudencio Patricio Jr., Colonel Neptali Padua, Colonel Ronnie Paba, Colonel Peter Osiano, Colonel Peter Edwin Navarro, Colonel Revi Ann Naldosa, one of our admirable women in uniform, Colonel Michael Mangahas, Colonel Ronel Manalo, Colonel Rinaldo Malapad, Colonel Joel Lubitania, Colonel Jose Eduardo Liboon, Colonel Godencio Lauron III, Navy Captain Noel Laurio, Colonel Froilan Labador, Colonel Manuel Van Genson, Colonel Roderick Garcia, Colonel Reynaldo Gabinete, Colonel Elpidio Factor, Colonel Edmond de los Santos, Navy Captain Archibald Delfin, Colonel Wilbert Buhayo, Colonel Randy Buena, Colonel Joel Bonavente, Colonel Ramon Bello, Colonel Ernesto Bautista Jr., Colonel Darrell Banyes, Colonel Andrew Bacala Jr., Colonel Dante Aquino, Colonel Philip Alvarez. Furthermore, I support the nominations of Colonel Rolando Nerona, Major General Alex Luna, Vice Admiral Eric Kagawan, Brigadier General Denny Clemencia, Brigadier General Gerardo Catindoy, Brigadier General Ferdinand Barandon, and Brigadier General Jesus Rico Atencio. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat sa katapatan at pagsiservisyo ninyo sa ating bayan. Our country will forever be grateful to each and every one of you for your unparalleled service to the Filipino people and for your continuously ensuring our safety. And nalimutan na po ako, Colonel Eugelio Nabua, Colonel Device Mercado. Sana po wala akong nalimutan. Iniisa-isa ko po dahil papasalamat kami sa inyong serbisyo, lalong-lalo na po sa panahon ngayon ng pandemya. Maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo sa ating bayan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Bongo. Senator Risa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, just to make of record, my support, for the whole group of the officers and gentlemen before us this morning, and particularly for that of Brigadier General Bailon Jr., who received the Distinguished Service Medal in 2020 for his significant contributions, including in the West Philippine Sea, the Philippine Rise, Bajo de Masinloc, and the Batanes Group of Islands, among others. Also, Mr. Chairman, for the confirmation of Captain Ronnie Paba, who was given a Distinguished Navy Cross in 2012 for protecting the interests and sovereignty of the Philippines, particularly in the Kalayaan Island Group in the West Philippine Sea and the Malampaya Natural Gas Power Plant and Sea Area 3 of Palawan. And last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, for the confirmation of Colonel Elpidio Factor, who was honored with the Distinguished Conduct Star in 2013, a Distinguished Service Star, Mr. Chairman, in 2018 for his efforts in environmental protection and anti-human trafficking operations. And last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, for the confirmations of Navy Captain Peña Florida, who one time, Mr. Chairman, when I asked about a group of officers, was told that Captain Peña Florida, all things considered, is the best in that group. As well, Mr. Chairman, for Navy Captain Tolentino III, for Philippine Navy Marines Colonel Bonavente, for Philippine Navy Marines Colonel Factor, whom I was told is a very good officer. And last but not the least, Mr. Chairman, for Philippine Navy Marines Colonel Padua, of whom I heard is a good man and a very professional officer. To all these officers and gentlemen and ladies, my sisters in the armed forces, congratulations. My snappy salute. Mabuhay po kayo. A PS, Mr. Chairman, as for Section 20 cited by Senator Ping, it may also be a one-woman veto. Nagsisignify lang po ang isang widow ng Class 1986. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Any other member who wishes to make a manifestation? There being none, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee recommends to the plenary for the confirmation of 52 ad interim appointments and to give its consent to 8 nominations of senior officers in the armed forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection? Okay. There's a motion, properly seconded. The motion is hereby approved.
session of the plenary session of the Commission on Appointments on the second regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Let us pause for a minute of silent prayer. Remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhatit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you. The Secretary will please call the roll.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments. Advincula, Agarao Jr.,
Present.
Almario, Alvarez Jr.,
Present.
Cagas, Chepeco Jr.,
Present.
Drilon,
Present.
Ferrer IV, Paron, Go,
Always present.
Hontiveros, Lacson, Marcos, Noel, Pancho, Pimentel III, Po, Ramirez Sato, Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zamora,
Present.
Subiri. The chairman is present.
With 4 physically present, 4 members physically present, and 19 virtually present, for a total of 23, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal of the plenary session held on October 28, 2020, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Journals approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Human Settlements and Urban Development on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Eduardo Drueco del Rosario as Secretary, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Consideration is in order.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Human Settlements and Urban Development, the Honorable Senator Francis Tolentino, be recognized.
Present.
What? Senator, yes, Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of this honorable, can we ask our colleagues to mute their microphones? Again, Mr. Chairman, maraming salamat po. And with the permission of this honorable Commission on Appointments, I'd like to relay some important information before endorsing the appointment of Secretary de Rosario. It was more than a little year ago when President Duterte signed into law the landmark piece of legislation that created the Department of Housing, or the Department of Human Settlements, which would serve as the primary national entity responsible for the management of housing, human settlements, and urban development in the country. Meeting the needs of the Filipino people remains one of the largest challenges of our government. Katatapos lang po ng napakaraming bagyo, ang pinag-uusapan na naman ay ang kakulangan sa pabahay. This is why the establishment of HSUD is crucial. By streamlining the functions of the government's key shelter agencies, save for the National Housing Authority, the agency's integrated multilateral approach in resolving our country's housing problem is a key to attaining the dream and goal of every Filipino to have an adequate, safe, secure, habitable, sustainable, resilient, and affordable home. Given this monumental task that lies ahead, it is therefore equally important to select the right person who can lead the HSUD and the country towards achieving this dream for the Filipino people. Thus, after deliberations by the Committee on Human Settlements and Urban Development on the qualifications and fitness of the Honorable Eduardo Drueco del Rosario as Secretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, it is my privilege and honor to sponsor and report to the plenary the committee's recommendation. Allow me again to give this body a brief background of the person, Eduardo Drueco del Rosario, a member of the Philippine Military Academy class of 1980, or the Mapitagan class. Secretary del Rosario earned 2 master's degrees, Business Administration and Public Administration from the Ateneo de Manila University and the Philippine Christian University, respectively. He also received his training for Public Corporate Governance at Development Academy of the Philippines in 2017. His dedication to public service was born by his 37 years in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. His distinguished military career began in his military schooling, wherein his Scout Ranger course and Basic Airborne course training in 1980. He ranked 3rd out of the 103 trainees and topped his class in the Field Artillery Officer Basic Course at the Combat Arms School in 1989, perhaps serving as an inspiration to the military officers present here. Throughout his long career of military service, he earned various distinctions in his different capacities, such as for being the founder of the Supreme Tribal Council for Peace and Development in Davao City in 2002, wherein he was baptized as honorary tribal chieftain and earned the title Datu Limbutung, protector of Lumad's interest by the Ata Manobo tribe. He further gained renown when, as commander of Task Force Davao during the term of then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte, initiated the revival of Alsa Lumad, a counterinsurgency program that mobilized the Lumad indigenous communities against the New People's Army. He also reactivated the recruitment of the indigenous people into the Citizen Armed Forces Geographical Unit, or the CAFGU. During his stint as the General Officer in charge of the AFP Southern Luzon Command in 2012, he was awarded the Bakas Parangal ng Kabayanihan for spearheading the mission Task Force Kalihim for the search and retrieval of the remains of the former DILG Secretary. Earning President Duterte's trust and confidence, he was appointed as Undersecretary for Civil, Veterans, and Retiree Affairs of the Department of National Defense in 2016. It is to be noted that as early as 2017, Secretary del Rosario already began his good work in the housing sector, starting as chairperson of the now defunct HSUD, or the Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, and later as vice chairman of the Home Guarantee Corporation. Not a stranger to equally difficult and Herculean tasks, he also headed the task force Bangon Marawi, which he is also heading at this day. Created in June 2017 in the aftermath of the Battle of Marawi. Among his achievements was the formulation of the task force master plan, also called RISE Plan, which stands for Resilience, Identity, Sustainability, and Evolution. These stand as the four pillars of the Marawi rehabilitation efforts, which have served as their anchor for all these projects. Recently, he was appointed upon his ad interim appointment to the DSUD post last January 2, 2020, Secretary de Rosario wasted no time in responding to the housing needs of difficult areas, notably the Taal area of Batangas after the volcanic eruption. To address the challenges of the housing industry, he likewise affirmed the agency aims to work closely with the private sector, such as the Subdivision and Housing Developers Association, Inc., or the SHDA. This marks the beginning of what Secretary de Rosario can do for the country and our people. And I believe that we can expect great things in our housing sector from the department under his helm. Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues, Congressman Zamora, Majority Leader, with all this, it is my distinct privilege and honor to recommend that this body confirms the ad interim appointment of the Honorable Eduardo Drueco del Rosario as Secretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, or DSUD. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Senator Christopher Bongo is seeking the floor. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Mr. President, allow me to make off record my support for and further to second the motion of to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Eduardo del Rosario of Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Before his retirement last November 2012, SecEd has served the Armed Forces of the Philippines for 37 years. During his stint in the Armed Forces, he served as the General Officer in charge of the Southern Luzon Command, Commander of the 2nd Infantry Division, and the Commander of Task Force Davao, which is the anti- and counter-terrorism unit in Davao City. He also served as Administrator of the Office of the Civil Defense and concurrent Executive Director of the NDRRMC, wherein he made reforms reorganizing OCD, rationalizing the utilization of the funds of the OCD down to the OCD regional centers, and upgraded disaster management at all levels. He is currently the head of the Interagency Task Force for the Recovery, Reconstruction, and Rehabilitation of Marawi City with the assistance of the Office of the Civil Defense as the Secretariat. It has been more than 2 years since the 5-month Marawi siege ended in October 2017, where the President and I visited the area during the said period numerous times. Wala pong may gusto ng nangyayaring gera. Ang daming buhay ang binuwis at nasayang dahil sa mga masasamang loob. Ang pakiusap ko lang po kay Secretary Ed ay ipagpatuloy ang kanyang ginagawang tungkulin para tulungang makabangon ang Marawi. Let us not waste the efforts of President Duterte and the lives of our soldiers, policemen, and innocent civilians. Mr. President, I see no reason why SecEd will not be able to accomplish the daunting task of the rehabilitation of Marawi. He has all the funding from the national government and the support of the President. I challenge Secretary Ed Rosario to make good on his commitments and ensure that he will be on top of all this as the Secretary of the DSUD. We all know what happened to the Yolanda rehabilitation before, and it has never been the style of President Duterte to leave projects undone and without any use for the benefit of the Filipino people. This should not happen again. Ayaw ni Presidente na merong mga proyektong nakatiwangwang pagkatapos ng kanyang termino. As one of the key persons in the Interagency Task Force Yolanda, SecEd was instrumental in raising the completion rate of the rehabilitation. To date, 129,484 housing units have been completed, while 49,112 houses are undergoing construction. This accounts for an 89.3% combined accomplishment rate. On the other hand, 241 of 363 permanent resettlement projects have been energized, making the electrification rate at 66%. Further, around 125,920 individuals already housed in 27,983 units now have access to safe drinking water. These facts and figures assure me that Sec Ed Rosario will do everything in his power to perform well and produce the best results as Secretary of DSUD. Along with the National Housing Authority led by General Manager Marcelino Jun Escalada, as well as the DSUD's attached agencies, wala akong nakikitang rason para hindi magampanan ni Sec Ed ang kanyang mga tungkulin. I have confidence in Secretary Ed Rosario. He is more than qualified to perform the duties and responsibilities that accompany his post. However, Sec Ed, malaking hamon din po ito sa iyo. Siguraduhin po ninyo na matutugunan ninyo ang lahat ng pangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Go. Senator Cynthia Villar, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission on Appointments, and fellow senators like my colleagues here at the Senate, I would like to congratulate and welcome Eduardo Del Rosario as Secretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. I echo the statement of the Subdivision and Housing Developers Association, the major and leading organization of housing and real estate developers in the Philippines, which cited that he can muster the support of the private sector and all stakeholders towards addressing the country's housing need. Together with all the stakeholders with whom he has worked with in his previously held post, I am confident too that Mr. Del Rosario will resolve or has been resolving the issues and concerns such as rationalization of housing permits and licenses, incentives for socialized or low-cost housing developers, home financing, among others. Of course, one of the primary tasks of the DSUD is addressing the country's housing backlog. The establishment of the department is in fact anchored on that objective. It is no secret that our family is involved in the housing industry, so we have the same goal, more or less. Shelter is among life's basic necessity, so it is no wonder that it is a cherished dream of every Filipino to one day own a house. But owning a house is still an unrealized dream and an unmet need for majority of Filipinos. And the DSUD itself has been quoted that the country's housing backlog is 6.5 million and could reach 22 million in the next 2 decades. That will really keep your department busy, Mr. Del Rosario. And I hope the housing roadmap that you are working on will close the housing gap sooner than later. I am glad to note that the DSUD is making progress already because I heard that we are almost on target. Providing the necessary support for the housing industry will not only help ease the backlog and fill the gap between supply and demand, but will also benefit the Philippine economy. The contribution of housing to the economy is very significant on its own and through the so-called multiplier effect. Building one house boosts production of about 80 industries. The housing sector is labor intensive also. It contributes quite significantly to employment and in effect poverty reduction in the country. Housing related or allied industries such as manufacturing of construction materials like cement, steel, etc. also create jobs for Filipinos. Based on April 2017 labor force survey, workers in the construction subsector made up the largest group of workers in the industry sector, accounting to 47.7%. That's 8.8 million out of the 18.5 million workers in the industry sector. Moreover, construction materials are all locally made and sourced, so that again, multiplies the economic gains from the housing industry. So post-pandemic, the housing sector and its allied industry will really help prop up the economy and support our countrymen and local businesses as they bounce back. Having said all that, I see no other person more qualified to be at the helm of the SHUD than Secretary Eduardo Del Rosario. So I wish him all the best in his new job. Marami pong salamat at magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Representative John Ferrer, you were saying something?
I would just like to second, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Any other seconding? All right. With that, there is a motion duly seconded for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Eduardo Drueco del Rosario as Secretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Congratulations. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on National Defense on the nominations and ad interim appointments of 60 senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the ad interim appointments of 60 senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines is in order.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, Representative Luis John Ferrer IV, be recognized.
The chairman of the Committee on National Defense, Representative Luis John Ferrer IV, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Your Honors, this morning your Committee on National Defense conducted a hearing to deliberate on the ad interim appointments and nomination of 60 senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. All of them proved that they possess the fitness, competence, integrity, and other qualifications to hold the ranks to which they were appointed ad interim or nominated. Thus, your committee ruled to recommend to the plenary the confirmation of the ad interim appointments and for the commission to give its consent to the nomination of these senior officers. Mr. Chair, may I then move that the commission gives its consent to the nomination, confirms the ad interim appointments of 60 senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, namely Eric A. Kagawan to the rank of Vice Admiral.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Benedict M. Arevalo to the rank of Major General.
Any objection?
Mr. President, may I just
Senator
second the
Subiri,
motion?
strike.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just second the motion of Major General Benedict Arevalo? He served well as our commander and of the 29th Infantry Battalion, 4th Infantry Division, and protected our provinces of Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental, as well as Cagayan de Oro during that period, and we thank him for his service, Mr. President. Together, to hasten the proceedings, I would like to make special mention of also the officers and men and women that have served us, that are here presently, that will be nominated, as well as the service of Colonel Ferdinand Barandon, who's presently our commander in the 403rd Infantry Brigade. He's here with us today also for his appointment. I second that. As well as Colonel Edmundo Paul de los Santos, who has also served, he served also with us in Bukidnon as our, in Baongon, actually, in Pasugong, Bukidnon, as 403rd as well. And Colonel Eduardo Ferrer Liboon was also once upon a time a commanding officer of our Engineering Support Battalion. And as well as Colonel Peter Edwin Rasul Navarro, used to be the commander as well of the Special Forces Battalion in Bukidnon. I thank their service for our country and for our province mates. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Subiri. And by the way, Major General Arevalo is taking care of the water that I'm sending to Cagayan. Thank you, kind sir. Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Alex D.C. Luna to the rank of Major General.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
George A. Blanco to the rank of Brigadier General.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Approved.
Chofilo R. Bailon Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Jesus Rico D. Atencio to the rank of Brigadier General.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Denny Mar A. Clemencia to the rank of Brigadier General.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Rolando E. Nerona to the rank of Brigadier General.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Ferdinand T. Barandon to the rank of Brigadier General.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Jesus P. Durante III to the rank of Brigadier General.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, allow me to express my support to General Jess, not just because I'm a member, an adopted member of Tanglao Diwa class of 92, but because I believe that he has all the qualifications that would merit his present position as the commander of the PSG, the Presidential Security Group. His distinguished military career started in 1988 when he entered the Philippine Military Academy as a cadet. Is worth emulating. He served rather exemplary since graduating from the academy in 92, which he said a moment ago is the best batch for that year only. Otherwise, I will get some comments from Senator Lacson. Thereby garnering several recognitions such as the Cavalier Awards for the Army Operations in 2003 by the PMA Alumni Association, the Best Officer of the Year by the Headquarters 1st Scout Ranger Regiment in 2012, among others. His outstanding service in the PSG in ensuring the security of our President earned him the award of the Chief of Staff, AFP Commendation Medal and Ribbon in 2019. Indeed, his 32 years of long military service makes him an invaluable member of the not only of the PMA, but also among our uniformed personnel. As a family man, General Jess was able to balance his time between family and service, given his outstanding dedication to serving the nation while fulfilling his family duties. I believe that we can expect more great things from Colonel Jess or General Jess as he pursues his military career. Congratulations, General Jess. Congratulations, Ms. Tam. Buhay ka. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Approved.
Gerardo P. Catindoy to the rank of Brigadier General.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Andrew B. Bacala Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Jamel P. Samonte to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Jose Eduardo F. Liboon to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Daryl R. Bañez to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Davis Christopher G. Mercado to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Richard C. Sibayan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Ronel R. Manalo to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Nelson C. Aluad to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Roderick T. Garcia to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Ruben G. Aquino to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Ramon Antonio E. Bello to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Rojun P. Rosales to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Archibald Dino C. Delfin to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Joel C. Bonavente to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Elpidio T. Factor to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Homer D. Gonzalez to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Noel A. Laurio to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Miljon C. Peña Florida to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Peter G. Tolentino III to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Manolito E. Roque to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ronnie S. Paba to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Gaudencio M. Lauron III to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Eulogio M. Nabua to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Reynaldo D. Gabinete to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Randy G. Buena to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Dante S. Aquino to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ernesto D. L. Bautista Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Randy O. Remonte to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Wilbert Manuel A. Buhayo to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Michael M. Mangahas to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Neptali V. Padua to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy Marines.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Erickson L. Gob to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Rebian G. Naldosa to the rank of Colonel, Nurse Corps.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Allen Raymond C. Tomas to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Edmund Paul R. De Los Santos to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Philip G. Alvarez Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Emilito Tadeus M. Logan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Peter Edwin R. Navarro to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Lorenzo P. Politud Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ramil P. Corpus to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Patricio S. Tomales to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Crisanto C. Calit to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Reynaldo R. Lapad to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Joel A. Lobitanya to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Royland B. Labrador to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Manuel Van C. Henson to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Hamaloding R. Polog to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Peter B. Oceano to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
And last but not the least, Prudencio C. Patricio Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Approved.
That is all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much. I just wanted to quickly spread into the records in all humility my full and absolute support for the confirmation of our nominees today. Congratulations, and we thank you for your service. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn.
Any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned.